After a successful series win in San Diego, the Cubs now in the desert. It's superhero night here in Phoenix. The roof is open. Beautiful night for Cubs baseball as the Cubs kick off a weekend set against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Great to have you with us. Jim DeShays and Len Casper with you. The Cubs have not been doing a lot with runners in scoring position, but they have been getting some timely home runs.
Yeah, this club, we knew they would hit a lot of home runs. That was part of the story in San Diego. It was certainly a big part of the story in the ball game yesterday. Chris Bryant got it started in the first inning with a man aboard. He hits a home run. He's extended his hitting streak to 10 games now. 5 bombs in 3 games. A little insurance came late as Addison Russell led off the top half of the 7th with a home run to provide a 3-run cushion for Kyle Hendricks.
6 of the Cubs' 9 runs came via the home run, and that was a pitcher's series. This might be an offensive series. The Cubs hope, though, to continue their success with their starters.
It's been a very nice run. The Cubs starting ERA now 6th best in the National League. And take a look at the numbers last time through the rotation. Lester, 7 innings, 1 run. Same for Arrieta. Hamill, 7 innings, 2 runs, none earned. Wada, short outing, just 4 2/3, but 2 runs allowed, punched out 9. And then Kyle Hendricks last night with the best start of his big league career, complete game, 5-hit shutout over the Padres.
Diamondbacks playing well. They have won 4 in a row. They face John Lester tonight. He looks to go 5-0 in the month of May against right-hander Josh Colmenter. Cubs and D-backs are coming up from Phoenix.
area and Northwest Indiana Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a Lexus today. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois. Through it all. AT&T Uverse. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT. Mobilizing your world. Ford. Check out America's freshest lineup at your local Ford store or at localfordstores.com. And by Southwest Airlines. Book your low fare now at southwest.com.
And we'd like to welcome all our viewers watching on Wyoming Mutual Telephone, a new CSN affiliate in Wyoming, Idaho. Great to have you with us tonight with the roof open here in downtown Phoenix, Chase Field. Cubs and the Diamondbacks. Cubs coming in 23-17 through 40. Arizona's 19-21. They just engineered a 4-game series sweep at Miami, and the Cubs will face the D-backs opening night starter. That was Josh Colmenter. And here's the Cubs Southwest starting lineup that he will face. Dexter Fowler, Chris Bryant, Anthony Rizzo at the top. The middle occupied by Starlin Castro, Jorge Soler, and Junior Lake. Terrific numbers here in this ballpark. David Ross, as per usual, catches for John Lester. And Addison Russell, the second baseman, hits ninth.
And we take a look now at the Diamondbacks defensively. A good bunch. They've only committed 17 errors. Only the Marlins have committed fewer. And they've got plus defenders pretty much everywhere on the field except for third base and right field. We'll name them for you. Inciarte in left, Pollock center, Trumbo right, Tomas Ahmed, who can really pick it as short. Owings and Goldschmidt on the right side of the infield. Tuffy Goldschmidt does the catching, and the Lexus pursuing perfection. Starting pitcher tonight is the tomahawk thrower, Josh Colmenter, the veteran right-hander. And you'll get the tomahawk reference in a little bit when you see him throw. 8 starts, 3 up, 5 down, a 5.36 ERA. That's been trending in the wrong direction of late.
Set the umpires for you. The crew chief is Ted Barrett. Chris Conroy, Angel Hernandez, and Scott Barry on the bases. Tomas is in at third against the switch-hitting Fowler, and away we go. Strike one. That was a fastball from Colmenter at 83 miles an hour.
Yeah, he's never been a hard thrower, but the velocity's down even a couple ticks more this year. So you see the reference to the tomahawk thrower. He claims that helped build his arm strength as a kid, throwing tomahawks up there in the prairies of Michigan or wherever he was from. And he's got that right over the top delivery, which really helps him with his deception. He's got a great changeup, works the top of the strike zone with a four-seam fastball.
Called strike three.
Dexter thought it was down. Ted Barrett did not. And you're going to get a look at it here on pitch tracks. It's a pretty good pitch.
Now, what part of Michigan did you say?
I don't know, out there in
the wilderness,
prairies,
the prairies,
whatever there is in Michigan. I don't know. I don't know the topography of Michigan all that well.
Not that far from Chicago. It's near the Indiana line. Homer, Michigan.
Oh, he's from Homer, Michigan.
Yeah.
So he wasn't, but somewhere that he had to be throwing tomahawks at trees.
Well, they have
somewhere.
woods and things like they do in the Midwest. Yes. Just giving you a hard time. The 1-0 is low.
I was reading about him today. He was like unbelievable in high school.
Yeah, he led their team to a national record 75-game win streak. Chris Bryant sends one high in the air to right. Mark Trumbo making the transition from left to right field this year, makes the grab, 2 outs.
So when you look at the splits on Colmenter, he has struggled overall, league hitting .314 against him. He doesn't walk people, though, just 6 walks in 47 innings of work so far this year. Lefties .324, righties .299. But Joe Madden likes his right-handed bats against Colmenter because of the cutter changeup combination.
Here's Anthony Rizzo, 4 for 10 with a home run against Colmenter. 1 out of his last 14. And still second in the majors with a .449 on base percentage. The Diamondbacks shift against him, as most teams do. Change up strike. They have left Nick Ahmed, the shortstop, on the left side and moved Tomas over on the other side of second. The 2-1 is sliced foul out of play down the left field line.
And that's the thing with Colemanter's changeup. When he establishes that pitch early, he'll get late swings on that 83-mile-an-hour fastball.
Popped him up. And it's Tuffy Goldschmidt behind the plate to make the catch. So Rizzo fouls out, and Colemanter with a pretty easy 1-2-3 first inning. John Lester, the Cubs ace, to the mound when we come back. Look at all the 300 averages at the top. There's Southwest starting lineup. In Ciarte, Pollock had a big series in Miami. Paul Goldschmidt's their best player. Tomas, the rookie. Mark Trumbo's in right. As we mentioned, Chris Owings at second. Tuffy Goldschmidt, the catcher. Nick Ahmed known more for his defense than his offense. And Colemanter off to a good start at the dish. 5 for 18.
Big outfield to cover here, and that will fall to Fowler, Lake, and Soler. Infield, Brian Castro, Russell Rizzo, and David Ross paired again with John Lester. He's the Lexus Pursuing Perfection starting pitcher for the Cubs. He's 4-2 with a 370. This is his third career start against the Diamondbacks, first ever in this ballpark.
Lefty versus lefty. Ball one. And Ender Inciarte finished 5th in the National League Rookie of the Year voting last year.
They got a handful of guys in their lineup that'll drop down a bunt from time to time. Inciarte's one of them. They've got a lot of speed on this team. There's still a lot of bases. They go first to third aggressively.
Cutter on the outside corner. And it's 2-1. Lester very much in the mix for the National League Pitcher of the Month with his 4-0 record here in May. Doesn't take too much time between pitches. And his 2-2 swung on and missed for strike 3.
A couple of heaters to get back into the count, and then a nasty cutter down and away to finish off Inciarte. Good start for Lester.
Now the center fielder A.J. Pollock. Interesting series he just had in Miami. And he drives that ball to very deep center. Fowler is back on it, and it's going to be at the base of the wall. Pollock making the turn. He's going to try for 3. Here's the throw. He is safe with a triple.
He's an intriguing player. He's got some pop in that bat. He can run. We talked about the dimensions of this ballpark. It's a big yard. This stadium will yield a lot of doubles and triples. Pollock pushing hard all the way. It's close to third base, but he was safe.
Now Pollock went 0 for 6 on Monday. Had the game-winning pinch hit home run Tuesday. 3 hits, 3 steals, including one of home on Wednesday, and the game-winning RBI infield hit yesterday. And his first at bat tonight, a triple. And the Cubs will play their infield back against Paul Goldschmidt as the ball got out of David Ross's glove. Pollock didn't have a huge lead at third.
As a team, the Diamondbacks are hitting .282 against left-handed pitching. That's the best mark in the National League.
Curveball, 1-1. Goldschmidt went 5 for 25 on their just completed road trip. Did not start yesterday for the first time. He came off the bench late, but he has put together a great start. An OPS in the 1000s, and he has absolutely killed Cubs pitching. 366 in his career.
He's very much like Rizzo. He's got a great approach at the plate. He's more than willing to shoot the ball the other way. But if you hang him a breaking ball, he can hit it up there to the Friday front row sports grill.
Yeah, this is a good run scoring ballpark, despite the big dimensions, as you referenced earlier.
That ball really jumps here.
Bounced into center, and the Diamondbacks take an early 1-0 lead. And Goldschmidt's 33rd RBI.
For a second there, that Lester was going to be able to make a play on that ball. A little too much pace, couldn't flag it down. Diamondbacks on the board. And Goldschmidt, like Rizzo, will steal a base as well. He's 6 out of 7.
Goldschmidt came in to tonight tied for third in the NL in RBIs. Yasmani Tomas, ball 1. Very interesting guy. They inked him to a 6-year, $68.5 million contract over the winter. He's from Cuba. Look at that lead. And there goes Goldschmidt. Swing and a miss. Throw to second. Safe. He got in. Number 7 for Goldschmidt.
He's going on first move here. Lester's quick to home plate, so he gives Ross a fighting chance. The throw's a little high. If it's down, they might have him.
One ball, one strike to Tomas. Ross sets up toward the inside. Line shot right field. Soler makes the catch. Goldschmidt back to second. And Tomas came in with 6 consecutive multi-hit games. He's sizzling hot.
Right field, number 15, Mark Trumbo.
You know, going back to your point about the ball carries well here, it makes sense because we spend 4 to 5 weeks during spring training on 8 or 9 telecasts every year saying the ball flies here in Arizona. And then we come to this ballpark and we have to remind people that we're still in Arizona. Soler is back on this one, and he'll get it to retire Trumbo. Some good swings by the Diamondbacks in the first inning, and they have a 1-0 lead. First pitch curveball missed high from Cole Mentor to Castro. Second inning, 1-0 Arizona. So you talked about this interesting delivery. There's nothing quite like it today. There's guys who are over the top, but this, I remember the first time seeing Josh Cole Mentor's arm angle.
He's over the top. He's just being over the top.
It's over the top. Yeah, it's very exaggerated, and it has worked well for him. As I mentioned, he was their opening day starter this year.
Yeah, I don't know how much of an advantage, but you think there would have to be a little bit in being so different than everybody else, being unconventional, whether it's a submarine type pitcher way down under or a guy like Cole Mentor who comes right over the top the way he does. Like an Iron Mike pitching machine.
Almost like he literally has to get his head out of the way because that's where his arm's going. The 3-2 to Castro is bounced foul past third.
And this is the remember Mike Marshall?
Yep.
The Scroogey, the reliever back in the day, was unbelievably durable. I think he's a kinesiologist or something to that effect, but he thinks this style of pitching is the healthiest way to pitch. Over straight arm, over the top delivery, less stressful.
Fouled back. I once worked with a massage therapist named Les Stressful. We'll do it again. Soler's on deck. My radio buddies will get that. Yeah. Here it comes. And line out in the right center for Castro. Is he thinking two? He is. And he's going to get in with a double.
Because the gaps are so big here, outfielders have to travel longer distances to run down those gappers, so you should be thinking two right out of the box on a ball like that. And this is a great approach against a guy like Cole Mentor. Works the top of the zone with that high fastball. If you try to pull it, you're probably just going to hit a lazy fly ball. Get on top of it, hit it hard on a line the other way, and So Joe Madden likes this matchup with his right-handed bats in here against Coleman. Guys like Castro, Soler, Lake. He doesn't have that put-away breaking ball that they have struggled with.
Soler has struggled in this spot. Runners in scoring position. He's hitting just 190. 273 is his average with nobody on base. I don't know if there's some extra anxiety going on with runners in scoring position or if it's just small sample size and coincidence, but that's a good approach. That ball's going to be caught, however, by Trumbo. That's a good sign, though, right? See him go the other way.
Yeah, that's and you know, Castro, who's really been struggling, but he got a couple knocks last night, one to center, one to right. Now he goes right center here tonight. Soler staying inside that ball. If you have a young hitter who's capable of just staying inside the baseball, hitting it hard the other way, and then the mistake breaking ball, you yank that one. That's half the battle.
The ball was not deep enough for Castro to tag. As Junior Lake foul tips for strike one. Second stint with the Cubs, his third start. Right after his big league debut, which came in Colorado, he had 3 hits in that debut. 3 days later, he went 4 for 5 in this ballpark. Then he went 3 for 5. Then he went 2 for 5. He had a huge weekend. That was late July 2013.
A couple long balls in that series.
He did. 6 games into his major league career, Junior Lake was hitting .519. .14 out of his first 27. He was making it look too easy.
Do that kind of damage early on, everybody's going to take notice, and the advanced scouts went to work on him. All right, this guy's got to have some holes somewhere. Started staying out of the zone on him, and he kept chasing. There's a story of many young hitters, and the question then becomes, can he make the adjustment?
Cole Mentor, a product of Central Michigan University. Got a good baseball program there. Kurt Young, Kevin Tapani, way back in the day, Tom Tresh, Carmen Fanzone. David Ross on deck. Cubs trail 1-0 early. They've won 8 of their last 10.
Pitching over those last 10 ball games has been really good. Mid-2s ERA, and as we noted in the open, over the last 5 in the ones for the starters, just in a real nice run, capped off by Hendricks and his shutout yesterday.
Another 3-2 to Lake, and he just got a piece of it on a checked swing. This has not been a fun place to play for the Cubs. Going back to their expansion year of 1998, the Diamondbacks. The Cubs in this ballpark 23-41. Even though they usually have a lot of fans who
oh yeah, well represented
live here and come and root for their team. Like that couple and that foursome.
The guy's ready to make a play. Junior putting up a pretty good fight here. Goldschmidt and Coleman have had a couple conversations already, trying to figure out how to try to put him away.
Driven to deep right. Oh, it's not going to carry. Didn't quite get under it enough, and Castro's got a hold again. Another ball struck well. Hey, Cub fans, let's go. Don't miss all the excitement this season at Wrigley Field. Next week should be fun. The Cubs return to action at the ballpark on Monday, Memorial Day. Washington and Kansas City are in for a 6-game homestand. Make sure you plan ahead. Go to Cubs.com. Get your seats today. David Ross. All of his starts have come catching John Lester. That will likely change within the next few days. Let's see him get some starts against some left-handed starting pitchers with Wellington Castillo, now a Seattle Mariner.
Yeah, I think Joe Madden likes the workload that Montero is getting these days and doesn't want to put too much on him. Ross some more chances. See if David can get a little something going with the bat.
Oh, 0-2 on Ross.
Talk a lot about executing and situational hitting, and one of those deals is, the leadoff double. How many times do you cash it in? Hard to find fault though with the approach we saw from Soler and Lake after the leadoff double by Castro. I mean, those are two good at bats. That's really what you're looking for down there if you're Joe Madden. John Maley, Eric Hinsky, you just want to see a good approach. And at the end of the day, it's a results-driven business, but they would tell you, well, but if we continue to have that approach, the results are going to show up.
Coleman's a pretty smart guy. Loves to read in his downtime. Very curious. He's got this blank canvas theory on life. He said we're all guilty of going into things with kind of a preconceived idea of what we're in for. So he kind of goes into most situations with, I have no preconceived idea of what this is going to be. And I think that's a good way to live.
A Zen approach.
Yeah, I like it.
It says here in the notes that he's an aspiring politician.
He's read Siddhartha, Hermann Hesse, written in 1922. Essentials of Philosophy, the basic concepts of the world's greatest thinkers.
Seems like he should be left-handed.
And you're reading the Billy Martin biography. He's
another
very
one
good in its own right.
Another one of the great philosophers.
0-2 to 4-2, so that'll get Lester to the plate. John still looking for his first major league hit.
Pitcher number 34, John Lester.
That might not have been I'm not going to give in, but I don't think it was ever a pitch around. I think the goal there was to get Ross out and have Lester leading off the next inning, but a good at-bat by David Ross. So really everybody in this inning for the Cubs has had a pretty good trip to home plate. See if Lester can get his first big league knock here and drive in a run all at the same time.
Strike one.
John's thinking, doesn't this guy know I don't have any hits? He started me with a changeup.
Dribbled back to Colementor. He'll tomahawk throw it over to his first baseman, Goldschmidt. Cubs waste the leadoff double. Strand 2 and are down 1-zip early. Presented by Cadillac, as CSN Chicago goes one-on-one with the Hockey Hall of Famer and legendary Blackhawks goaltender tomorrow at 8 on Comcast Sportsnet. Well, going into tonight, I mentioned the month of May John Lester has put together. You do have two starters who have been going in seemingly different directions, even though Colementor early on with a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, when you look at those numbers, it might entice you to place a wager, but I never recommend that because you never know what's going to happen in this game. But anyway, John Lester's been really good. 4 May starts, 4-0 with a .167, and Colementor an 11.30 ERA here in the month of May. 2 starts ago, he really gave it up. 9 runs, all earned in an inning and a third.
Chris Owings bunts foul, hitting .359 over his last 9 games. The 4-game sweep at Miami was Arizona's first such sweep. 4 games since 2008. And their 4-game winning streak is their longest in 2 years. And 2 bounces to the shortstop, Castro. 1 away.
And that winning streak came on the heels of a 4-game losing streak. Lost 2 out of 3 to the Washington Nationals here, including their final one, and then went on to Philadelphia and got swept by the Fighting Phils before turning things around in Miami.
Now, ASU product Tuffy Gosuish, the catcher. And he looks at a strike. 11th rounder of the Phillies. 2005.
I went to college here. Also grew up here. Went to high school in Scottsdale.
Horizon High.
Say Horizon High or Verizon High?
Horizon.
Horizon High.
With an H. Yep.
See those people behind home plate down there?
Yeah.
You couldn't sit down there with a Cubs jersey on.
Right.
They don't allow it.
I thought they clarified it as Bryant makes the play. So the story was what? There was a Dodger fan back there, and
There's been a couple over the last couple of seasons.
They bought, handed them a Diamondbacks jersey, and strongly encouraged them to wear it. So I guess their policy isn't that you can't, but.
I thought a couple of years ago they actually ran somebody out of there, but perhaps.
Yeah, I think they did, but they got bad pub out of it. I think they've kind of somewhat softened it. Why, are you going to try it?
I was thinking about it. Go down there with a trench coat on. Rip it open to a Cub shirt.
I don't think we need that. Nick Ahmed, the shortstop. He's been hot as of late, even though his average is still under 200. But his value comes more on the defensive side.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the business. He can really pick it. And he's one of those guys. Talked about the Diamondbacks leading the National League in batting average against lefties. He's hitting .364 against left-handed pitching. He hasn't had a ton of at-bats. Superhero night here at the ballpark.
Another chance for Castro. Not a good throw. And you know, it never fails. The first ground ball, and actually, I don't know if we can go back to the Owings ground ball, maybe show that. He played that very aggressively. This time, see the backup.
Yeah,
it feels like when he has troubles, that's the kind of play.
Yeah, and sometimes he gets caught in between. He gets a little happy feet, starts bouncing around out there. So he's pursuing this one, then he tries to settle in and get a better hop. So he was able to field the ball cleanly, but what happened was he's back on his heels. He's lost time. He has to hurry a throw, and he's not in position to get as much on it.
So that'll bring the pitcher Colementor up. He's 5 out of 18 to start the season. 137 for his career. Ahmed with a pretty big lead, not running. So here's the first ground ball of the inning. Just watch how aggressive he is. A little hesitation, but there's a linear path right toward the ball. And then the last one, right at the last second, he kind of took a half step back.
Yeah, he had an error. Was it 2 nights ago on the Kemp ground ball? And that's always the fear with a player. Once he makes that first error in a while, does he start to think a little too much? Starling's at his best when he just plays the game, sees the ball, goes, gets it. Everybody is. Just react and go get the ball. Start thinking, and a lot of times bad things happen. Is the Crash Davis line? Stop thinking, you're only going to hurt the ball club.
Right. Yep. Diamondbacks got a run in the first. That could be trouble. That is a foul ball. Foul ball. It's 2-2.
Coleman can handle the bat a little bit. This ball was pretty deep on him, but he hit it fairly hard. You can get it down and in cutter right here.
Rizzo just in fair territory, makes a catch. 2-out error, no runs. 2 in the books, 1 zip for the home team.
This Wednesday, May 27th, the Cubs play the Nationals. First pitch is at 7:05. First 10,000 fans at the ballpark will receive a Cubs hat presented by the Conquer Cancer Foundation. To purchase tickets, visit Cubs.com.
They had not played an entire game with the roof closed in this ballpark as of yet. 19 times they've had it open the entire time. Twice they've had it open and closed at various times.
Yeah, it's been nicer here lately than it was back in March. Remember how hot it was, especially towards the end of spring training.
Addison Russell with a late home run to add some insurance last night in San Diego. Elias reporting the Russell and Bryant both homering in the same game. They're the first Cubs rookie tandem to do that since 1974. Deep right, caught by Trumbo. Andre Thornton and Ron Dunn. Second game of a doubleheader at Shea Stadium, September 13th, 1974.
Another good swing in the bat, and if the Cubs keep this approach up, I think good things are going to happen ultimately tonight.
Curve strike to Fowler. Leadoff walk to start the game last night. Immediately scored on the Bryant 2-run homer, and that was a game winner. Leading off an inning, he's had a .369 on base percentage. He's batting with 1 out here. It was interesting, Will Smith, who got suspended for 8 games for the foreign substance, swing and a miss, and is appealing. Clearly had a foreign substance on his arm. We just saw Comenter rubbing both arms.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just trying to get some perspiration to help rub up the ball.
Yeah. I'm not saying there's anything untoward going on, but
you see a lot of guys will go to the back of the neck, anywhere you perspire, and then the next level is to mix it in with a little something that you can doctor the baseball with or enhance the grip with. That's the case Will Smith is making, and he's arguing that everybody does it, therefore I shouldn't get suspended just because I was the guy that got caught.
Deep right for Fowler. It is gone. We're tied. Line shot blast to right is 5th. 1-1.
Yeah, I would say there's a fair number of Cub fans in attendance here tonight. A lot of folks up on their feet applauding that swing by Dexter Fowler. Second one on the road trip. They buggy whipped that one. There's your Ford home run replay, and we are tied.
Strike one on Bryant. Ten-game hitting streak coming in. Fly to right his first time. The Cubs should have a fair amount of guys on this team this year, JD, finishing double digits in home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yeah.
And that's number 5, as I mentioned, for Fowler. Bryant has 5. Rizzo has 8. Those guys will blow past 10 in no time. Starlin should be a good candidate to be in the low teens at the very least. Soler.
Montero get his.
Miguel Montero. How about Chris Coughlin? Already has 6.
Addison Russell.
Yep. Okay, the day of Bryant's debut, you threw out a kind of just throwaway prediction on how many homers over under for Bryant. Do you remember the number you used? Was it 28?
I thought it was somewhere in the mid-20s.
Drilled foul.
He smacked this one.
Another 3-2 to Bryant. High in the air, left center. Fairly deep, but very playable. Inciarte has it.
I was reading Baseball Library or one of those websites, maybe it's on Baseball Reference, this date in baseball history. It was just a few days ago that Roger Maris hit his first home run of the year in 1961.
Mid-May?
Yeah.
Wow. Rizzo, deep center. Pollock back, off the wall right near the 413 marker. If he had pulled it just a tad bit more, it would have been a home run. One of the quirks of this ballpark in center, it's 407 to straightaway, 413 just to the right and the left, and you see they put that yellow line up to that railing, and that's right where he hit that ball.
There's been a series of very good at-bats by the Cub hitters in this inning. I mean, going back to last inning, as a matter of fact, there's been a lot of really solid contact off of Cole Mentor.
So I guess it did actually one-hop the wall. I thought it hit the wall on the fly. And he still hit it about 405 feet. It almost doesn't seem fair, does it, that the deepest part of the park, they've got a higher wall?
Yeah, and I think I'm guessing it was designed because they like, you know, the triples.
Yep.
An exciting play instead of watching the ball fly out of the park, watch somebody race around the bases.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have
because the ball does carry so
it.
well here too. They're trying to make it a little more pitcher friendly. In terms of altitude, only Coors Field higher than this place.
So May 3rd.
Was it May 3rd? I knew it was May.
It was when Maris hit his first that year.
And I think that's why we can anticipate, you know, some pretty big numbers coming for some of these sluggers. This is the nature of the power game. Kind of runs in streaks.
Scott tweeted us, and I assume he's accurate, that he DVR'd it just for this moment, that you said 25 for Brian.
Yeah. I stand by it. I still like it.
Might take the slight over, but not a bad prediction. Yeah, I just noticed the actual sign. I'm not a fan of that sign. It's one thing to wear Diamondbacks stuff, but come on. Bounce to third. Tomas gets Castro to end the inning. Dexter Fowler has tied it with a line drive home run, his 5th. And it's 1-1. Royals at 6:15, the first 10,000 in attendance, get a 1915 Chicago Whales replica throwback jersey Presented by Benjamin Moore. To purchase seats, visit Cubs.com. Back to even at 1. Cubs continue to hit the long ball on this trip. Ender Inciarte bounces foul against John Lester.
Need to clean up that note on Roger Maris.
Okay.
I went to Baseball Reference, looked at his game log. What I read was it was the anniversary of his 4th home run, and it got my attention because Chris Bryant at the time had 4 home runs, trying to project what he may ultimately do this year. So it was May 17th. In 1961, Maris hit his 4th home run, went on to hit 61, of course, that year.
So are you going from 25 to 61?
No, I'm just
okay. Strike 3 called. So 2 strikeouts, both of the left-handed hitting Inciarte.
Ooh, yeah. Take care of opening up the zone a little bit off that outside corner. This is a much more friendly strike zone for John tonight than he had last time out when he was kind of battling with Andy Fletcher over a lot of borderline calls.
Pollock takes a strike. He tripled to center in the first, scored on the Goldschmidt RBI hit. Missed a bunch of time last year with a fractured right hand. That ball squared up. Pollock's 2 for 2, and you can bet he's going to run.
And 9 steals for Pollock this year. He's been caught 3 times. We're talking with Joe Madden this afternoon. And he said, I don't know a whole lot about this club. I don't know many of their guys. He goes, but I do know one thing. I like that Pollock guy. He can really play.
Chatting with former Cubs coach Dave McKay at first base. Always good to see Dave. One of the best in the business. Look at that lead. Not running.
Yeah, a big lead, but leaning back to the base as the pitch is delivered. And this is what we've seen quite a bit here with John on the mound. The guys will get that big daring lead, but they just don't feel comfortable out there. He tells them in the scouting meetings, hey, he doesn't throw over. Get a big lead.
Look at Rizzo. Playing off the bag. There he goes. Pitch in the dirt. Ross never really had a chance. Second steal for the D-backs. Goldschmidt had the other. It's 2-0 on the hitter.
John tries to do his best to upset the running game by holding the ball, varying his times to home plate, and once he decides to go home, he's quick. But with that big lead and break on first move, a fairly easy steal for Pollock. Base runners are now 14 out of 16 with John Lester on the mound.
Three and 0. Tomas on deck. Goldschmidt turned away, but the pitch was in there for a strike. You know what? The dude with the sign, I think you should go down there. Excuse me, sir. I'm sure you paid good money to come to this game. Could you please show a little class?
About the fact that he feels compelled to hold it up like every pitch.
Gosh. Swing and a miss. Good comeback here by Lester. And that'll bring up Tomas.
Third baseman,
He's able to throw that cutter up and in on the hands and then bury it down below. So nice work by Lester and Ross, setting up and then finishing off one of the most dangerous hitters in baseball.
First pitch swinging. Should be no problem for Dexter Fowler. It is not. Pollock stranded at second. We go to the fourth in a 1-1 tie. For your chance to own one-of-a-kind game-used Cubs items. This week's auction includes signage from the Wrigley Field collection. Go to Cubs.com/authentics before Sunday night at 8 o'clock to place your bid. Cubs will donate net proceeds from the sale of Cubs Authentics items to Cubs charities. 1-0 on Jorge Soler in a 1-1 tie. Big cut that time.
Jorge kind of chuckling. He knows he had a pitch to do some damage with.
Low for a ball. Miami lost again. This time to the Baltimore Orioles. 8-5 the final. Henderson Alvarez took the loss. It dropped to 0-4. Fly ball deep center. Pollock's back on this one, and it's off the wall. Soler's going to stop at second with a double.
Well, there's been just one good swing of the bat after the other. I was just going through my scorebook here. From the second inning on, there's only been 2 at bats where you're kind of won the best effort. Everything else, boy, just good solid approaches at the plate. A lot of hard contact. Soler almost leaves the yard.
What happened here? Let's see. He got there. He just missed it. In the process of his jump, the ball landed. So another leadoff double. Junior Lake bunts toward third. It's a beauty. And he's safe even without a throw. Saw him in the clubhouse tonight. I said, you got to do a bunt single and a home run.
There you go.
Like he did here a couple of years ago. So there's the bunt.
Boy, nice job there, too. You know, after not being able to get anything done with the leadoff double in the second, Lake makes sure. And not only does he get the man over, but he gets himself on here. And this is good on so many levels. He's got Tomas back, so he takes advantage of that. Tomas, his reputation being a little shaky defensively, so why not force him to make a play? Junior scooting down the line. Well done.
That snaps, and Cubs 0 for 20, 0 for 31 with runners in scoring position, even though it didn't score a run. It was a hit with a man at second. Diamondbacks will take a double play chance here in exchange for a run. Lester is on deck, so Colementor trying to just maybe limit the damage here.
Yeah, given where the Cubs are in the batting order, I think if we're a little bit later in this ball game, Chip Hale might have his infield in.
Or if he gets the 2 strikes here. Well, let's see what he does here. Guess if he's committed to turn 2 to start the at bat, he's going to stick with it, and he is.
And when, of course, he's thinking punch out.
And he got him on a foul tip. So Chip Hale, you referenced a former teammate, right, with the Twins?
Yeah.
So he told me a story in spring training, and you, I don't believe you were at the ballpark at the time, but I want to get you two together tomorrow. And he asked me how you were doing, and he said, JD, did you get sent out? At the end of
No, it was
spring
after I
training?
retired.
You retired, okay. Yeah, you so. Tell the story. You sent a letter to the Twins, right?
Yeah, I spent 2 years with the Twins in '93 and '94, and then finished my career mostly as a minor leaguer with the Phillies. I got called up briefly in '95. I took the start down. My final start was at Wrigley, but I just got thinking at the end of my career how quickly it went. You know, it's seemed when you're in the middle of it, it seems like it's a long deal, but when you get down and you look back, man, that was over in a flash. And I wrote a letter to that effect. To the clubhouse guys in Minnesota, just thanking them and basically saying, hey, if you want to pass this along, and just kind of words of advice to the active, to the current players about taking advantage, be in the moment, enjoy it. Doesn't last forever.
Well, we'll have to ask Chip tomorrow, but I think he told me that Tom Kelly read that letter to the team.
Yes, that's
how
right.
cool is that?
Yeah.
Well, he remembered. So here's Lester. Let's see how Joe Madden wants to play it. Tomas in on the grass. And the bunt is foul. So Junior Lake took off towards second, then put on the brakes. As Lester bunted foul, looked like an onside kick or something. There was a lot going on in that play, wasn't there?
Yeah, well, Hale out there to set the defense. This is kind of the default play, not only for Joe Madden but for a lot of managers around the game. At first and third, 1-out situation. Whether it's a pitcher or somebody down towards the bottom of the order, put the safety squeeze on.
Lester really upset with himself. We mentioned it last night. The Cubs pitching staff without a sac bunt. And a good reminder for John, and we saw it happen. Who hit it? Matt Harvey? Was it when Rizzo did it? If he pops
make sure you
up a bunt, make sure you run, John.
Pop it up, or if you just dump it out in front of home plate, you got to make sure you run, because they can go catcher to second to first for a double play too.
Colementor strikes out Ross. Now Lester. And here comes Addison Russell.
Yeah, so hindsight being 20/20, that's the downside of the junior league bunt. As you get closer to the bottom of the order, some managers will tell you, well, that was a great bunt, but I prefer you try to drive that run in. I mean, in this particular instance, I thought it was a good play, but there are times when I say, well, go ahead and hack. See if Russell can get everybody off the hook here.
Ball one on Russell. Two and 0. One thing the Diamondbacks really love about Colementer is his adaptability. He's pitched out of the bullpen. He's started. He's kind of done whatever they have asked him to do. And he competes out there. He doesn't have the best stuff, but he'll give you a battle. 3 and 0. Fowler on deck. Walk Ross in the second inning. He doesn't walk many.
Yeah, if you trust the kid to swing at a strike, you might turn him loose here. He's taking all the way. I'd be surprised if he threw him that pitch again. Change up this time. That's the argument for the 3-0 swing. Very good chance you're going to get a heater on 3-0 with a guy like Colementer, especially. Far less likely you're going to get one on 3-1.
Toward the hole, diving stop. Tomas from his knees, no chance to get Russell. Lake's going to make third as Soler scores. Infield hit, Addison Russell, and the Cubs lead 2-1.
So they do cash in that leadoff double. Russell, who hit the ball hard last time up, lined out to right field. This time kind of rolls over a little bit on that changeup. Nice glove work here by Tomas, flagging that thing down, but he's not going to throw out Addison Russell from his knees.
And the inning continues. Back to the top and Fowler. Runners at first and third. Fowler homered to tie the game his last time up. Just enough of it. Get it over that wall and right. That's a fair ball. Fowler a little late out of the box, and Colementer will throw him out to end the inning. So he does limit the damage. The Cubs had 2 on with nobody out. But Russell with a 2-out RBI, and it's 2-1 Cubs. Let's head to CSN Plus for Blackhawks post-game live presented by Hawk Ford. Whether it's after the third or triple OT, Pat, Steve, and Jamal will be standing by to deliver player and coach reaction, highlights, and more on CSN Plus. John Lester working with a lead for the first time tonight, 2-1, as he faces Mark Trumbo. And the Diamondbacks fourth. Hey, there's a Hall of Famer.
The big unit.
He's going into Cooperstown this summer. First guy with a Diamondbacks hat on the plaque.
I bet she's not out there over there in the sixth inning. He'll be across the way at the U2 concert.
Oh yeah, a big music fan. Trumbo rolls to Russell for the out. As a starting pitcher for the Diamondbacks, franchise records in wins, ERA, shutouts, complete games, innings pitched, strikeouts, you name it. In all, won 5 Cy Youngs, 4 came with Arizona. No left-hander with more strikeouts in all of baseball than Randy Johnson, 4,875.
He was a kid with a big arm with the Montreal Expos who didn't have much control. And once he figured that out, he was on his way. Just an intimidating presence.
They're going to retire his number 51 on August 8th. Perfect game on his resume, May 18th, 2004. He also no-hit Detroit back in 1999. Owings pulls one foul into the left field corner. So, okay, here's a good trivia question. You don't have the need to go. Good. No. So, Randy Johnson got 97.26% of the Hall of Fame votes. That's the 8th highest percentage. Can you name the top 7? Line to Bryant for the out.
Seaver.
Tom Seaver, number 1, 98.84.
Ryan.
Nolan Ryan, number 2.
George Brett.
George Brett, number 5. Cal Ripken Jr., number 3. Ty Cobb, number 4.
What was Cobb's percentage?
98.23. Hank Aaron and Tony Gwynn. And then rounding out the top 10, Greg Maddux, 97.2. And Mike Schmidt, 96.5%.
What about Ruth?
He's not in the top 10.
Isn't that amazing?
Yep. Well, isn't the story from the press conference that Randy said that Reggie Jackson called him to congratulate him and said, "I can't believe you got more of the votes than I did"?
Yeah.
Junior Lake on the move. He's got it. Gosowich is out, and the Diamondbacks are done in the 4th. Cubs 2, D-backs 1. And the Cubs flight crew enjoying themselves here this weekend. One statistical note I have to mention regarding Randy Johnson, and thanks to whoever tweeted this at me, he went undefeated in his career against the Chicago Cubs. 13-0 with a 1.91 ERA versus the Cubs.
Maybe Chip Hale invited him here tonight.
Yeah, the numbers
just his presence
are pretty ridiculous. 143 strikeouts in under 104 innings against the Cubs. So Cub fans should have been happy when he retired, or at least went to the American League.
He had some back problems later on in his career, but it's amazing how durable he was, given he was so tall, right? With 6'10".
Yeah.
As much trauma as you put on your body pitching, I think it'd be very difficult to pitch as long as he did in that tall frame.
Deep breath by Chris. He's flied out twice, 0 for 2. Clementer trailing, but has to feel fortunate he's only down a run. Strike 3 called on the outside corner.
Not sure it was in the zone, but it was a pretty good pitch by Clementer. We'll get a look at it on our pitch tracks. So Goldschmidt setting that mitt off the outside corner and down. And Barrett has opened up a little bit tonight for both pitchers.
Time for our T-Mobile Game Changers. Going to add an S to the graphic. Anthony Rizzo and Paul Goldschmidt, two of the premier players in the National League.
Numbers since 2013. This year there are 4 players in the National League with an OPS above 1,000. Goldschmidt and Rizzo are 2 of them. Goldschmidt 27 years of age, Rizzo 25. They both play the whole game. They're good defenders. They can run the bases.
Pulled on the ground to the first baseman, Goldschmidt, right on cue, I guess.
Shortstop, Starlin Castro.
Castro 1 for 2 with a double. We want to welcome those viewers who just watched the White Sox beat the Twins 3-2 on the J.B. Shuck sacrifice fly in the 8th. And Casper, Jim Deshaies, and our CSN crew from Chase Field. Roof open tonight here in Phoenix. Temperatures in the mid to upper 70s tonight. And the Cubs trying to win their 9th game in their last 11 tries. And make John Lester 5-0 here in May. Clementer on the 0-2 in the dirt.
Yeah, it would be nice to have a nice weekend here in Arizona. The Cubs took 2 out of 3 from San Diego. And then this series with the Diamondbacks. Coming back home, they've got the Nationals in town and then the Royals. So 2 very good clubs. Next up for the Cubs, there's last night's hero, Kyle Hendricks, pitched a complete game shutout.
He loved his quote after the game. He said, I'm not going to say I really needed it, but I kind of needed it. He was
2 hour and 8 minute ball game. Fun to watch. The Professor.
ball to deep center. Pollock makes the catch. Another ball hit hard off Coleman, but 4 and out. Cubs go down 1-2-3, leading 2-1 in the 5th. Back here in the 5th inning, Nick Ahmed, the shortstop. Coleman on deck, then Inciarte. Lester has settled in after giving up a 1st inning run. Here comes his 1-0. Deep left, way back, gone, retired.
Wow.
His first.
That's an ambush. Talked earlier about Ahmed, what a good defender he was. Doesn't do a whole lot with the bat, but he got into this one.
Didn't expect that. Right. 2nd of his career. This is his 61st major league game.
And 1 home run last year in 70 ABs, and there's number 1, and we're tied. Sneak attack from the bottom of the batting order.
John had allowed a single, 1 hit since the Goldschmidt RBI hit in the 1st prior to that home run.
Yeah, well, he's just trying to throw a strike. You know, Ahmed's not one of those guys you're going to be all that careful with. Maybe a little more careful in the future, but you know, there's some guys you pitch away from their power, and other guys you're just trying to throw strikes and try to get quick outs, and that's, I'm sure, what John was thinking here with 8-9-1 coming up to bat in the bottom of the 5th. Just go ahead and get after Ahmed and move on to Coleman.
That home run by Ahmed gets him to 200 on the season. Soler and right to retire Coleman. Max Scherzer beat the Phillies tonight 2-1 in D.C. 6th straight win for Washington. And I think Harper went deep. He did, his 16th.
Man.
Scherzer went 8. He's now 5-3 with a 1.67. There's Daniel Hudson, back after a couple of Tommy John surgeries, and working in their bullpen. Ground ball. Nice play, Russell. This season at Wrigley Field, the Cubs will feature Budweiser Bleacher Fridays, starting with the Beach Bash 1 week from today. It's May the 29th. All Bleacher fans 21 and older will get a pair of summer sunglasses for the game while enjoying special entertainment, music, concessions, and a beach-themed post-game party in Wrigleyville. Visit Cubs.com. Pollock 2 for 2 with a triple, a stolen base, and a run. Sounded like he broke his bat as he grounds out to Castro, and the inning is over. Leadoff homer, Nick Ahmed. 2-2 after 5.
Gathering from charity events and wedding receptions to birthday parties and grand openings. Clark wants to be a part of it. Email him directly at clark@cubs.com or visit cubs.com/Clark for more information on how to book him for your special event.
Josh Colmenter is out of the game.
Yeah, the overall numbers for Colmenter not bad tonight. 2 runs in 5 innings. There was a lot of loud outs, a lot of solid contact. So Chip Hale's going to make this move to his bullpen. Calling the veteran right-hander Hudson.
A long road back for Daniel Hudson. 2 elbow reconstructions.
Back all the way in terms of velocity. You see that one running up there at 95 miles an hour.
All right, here we go. He has not allowed a home run to a right-handed hitter in his last 119 righties faced. Jorge, do your thing. He got a win the other day, 3 days ago in Miami, his first since 2012. And his 1-1 is low and away.
The Diamondbacks actually have a positive run differential this year. Despite that, they're below 500. The big problem has been the bullpen. 4.37 bullpen ERA, 11th in the National League. They've had 8 blown saves.
Addison Reed recently demoted from the closer's role.
It's in 1-1, a 5.29 ERA, 17 innings, 18 hits, 5 walks, 14 punchouts.
Three and two. Good look from about the 10th row behind the on-deck circle. Got it.
Pretty good changeup there to finish him off. The previous pitch was a changeup as well, and he bounced it. Tried to overthrow it. Perhaps this one, real nice delivery.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks coming off as bad a year as you really could possibly imagine last year. They had the worst record in baseball, 64-98.
Yeah, and if memory serves me right, they were pretty bad right from the get-go. It wasn't like they kind of hung in there and then went into a tailspin.
Kevin Towers, their GM, Kirk Gibson, their manager, were let go. Tony La Russa, the Hall of Famer, was hired last May to oversee baseball operations. Dave Stewart, who pitched for Tony, been a player agent, is the GM. And we showed you Chip Hale, their new manager. They had a lot of injuries last year. That was not helpful. And a 1-1 late lines. What a catch by Goldschmidt. Good wingspan by the Diamondbacks first baseman for Rob Junior Lake.
Boy, tough break for Junior Lake. He's hit the ball hard twice. Now here's the irony, right? He's lined out to right. This P is an out. His base hit is a bunt single.
Keep doing what you're doing, Junior. It's frustrating. Now Ross. And a strike on Ross. Let's go back to 2002. David Ross, short stint in the big leagues, making his debut, facing Mark Grace in a blowout, doing the Mike Fetters, and bang! First career homer for Ross comes off Grace. Now watch this. Watch what he says. He says, "Come on, run! Don't show me up." Popped into left. And it's caught by Inciarte. Mark Grace, the new Diamondbacks assistant hitting coach. Good to see him back in the big leagues. 2-2.
transportation. If you ride your bike, use the Cubs courtesy bike check located near Clark and Addison. If you drive your car, the Cubs provide free parking and shuttle services on night and weekend games from 3900 North Rockwell. For details, visit Cubs.com.
2-2 as the Diamondbacks bat in the bottom of the 6th. Maybe I mislip-read. The response I'm getting is they think he said, "Come on, man."
Come on, man.
Is that what you think he said? I thought he said run, but at any rate, Goldschmidt is on. Leadoff single. He's 2 for 3. If he said, "Come on, man," that's my first mistake all year. First error. 1,000 lip reading percentage going into tonight. So we'll see if Goldschmidt will try to steal another bag. They are 2 for 2 in that department. There's Gracie. Big lead by Goldschmidt. Not going. First step was back. All right, one more look, JD. I mean, really focus here.
Wait.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, I was wrong.
Come on, man. You're going to do me like that. Goldschmidt had a big lead, but again, he was breaking back to the base as the pitch was being delivered. I think sometimes it's just the action that Lester uses when he delivers. He was really quick to home that time. Just the way he broke caused Goldschmidt to retreat.
Javi Baez homered tonight as the I-Cubs beat Tacoma 10-9 on a game-ending RBI single from Rafael Lopez. Brian Schlitter got the win. Christian Villanueva scored the winning run. He went 4 for 5. Taylor Davis, first baseman, 3 for 4. Iowa evened its record at 20-20.
Javi Baez has been on a pretty good roll here lately, has he not?
He has.
It's kind of his way of saying, "Hey, folks, don't forget about me."
There goes Goldschmidt, and Ross really didn't have a throw there on that pitch, so decided to eat it instead. Second steal tonight for Goldschmidt.
Goldschmidt taking a long look in at home plate as he made his way to second base.
Swing and a miss, strike 3. So here's the thing, and we don't know how it's going to play out this inning. But the first 2 steals tonight for the Diamondbacks did not lead to any runs. So for all the talk about Lester and holding on base runners, a guy taking second base does not necessarily equal a run. It's a base.
No.
So is it important to talk about? Is it a factor? Yeah, but he's pitched really well here these last few starts especially. And I think you'd like to fix it, or at least make it harder, more difficult for opponents to steal bases, but the last thing you want to do is to have him focus on it to the detriment of his pitching.
Right.
That's the balance.
And so you work on it a little bit, you talk about it in between starts, but once the game starts, you don't really think about it all that much. And John's been around a long time. He's a very successful pitcher, so I'm sure it's a topic of conversation, or certainly it has been. And now basically I think it's the ball's in his court. Hey, do the best job you can trying to slow down the running game. If you want to start making throws over there, try to make throws over there. If you want to just continue doing what you're doing.
I mentioned Trumbo moving from left to right this year. He came up as a first baseman through the Angels system. Missed 71 games last year with a stress fracture in his right foot. It was his first season here in Arizona. With 14 homers in 88 games. And he drives that to deep right. Trouble. Caught on the warning track. I think Trumbo thought he got it. I thought he got it. Goldschmidt did not tag. So 2 outs in the inning. Runner at second.
And Trumbo's certainly strong enough to go deep opposite field. Just didn't quite get enough of that one. So they're there to make the play. Always fun to read the eyes of the base runner going down the first baseline on a ball like that. They're so hopeful that maybe it's going to fly out of the ballpark, and then you see the dejection when the ball is caught.
The ground is short. And Castro, low throw, but dug out by Rizzo to end the inning. So Goldschmidt with a leadoff single and the stolen base, but they do not get that go-ahead run. We're still tied after 6.
The moment, at any moment, with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcast, statcast, and more at MLB.com at bat for your smartphone or tablet.
So another stolen base does not lead to a run. 3 tonight for the Diamondbacks, and it's not been a good week for the Miami Marlins. They're 0-5 under their new manager. They have lost 8 in a row, and tonight they have placed Henderson Alvarez and Matt Latos on the DL.
Wow.
Right shoulder inflammation, left knee inflammation.
Did they just get Alvarez back?
I believe they did.
Brewers got a little revenge on the Braves. Shut them out 11-0 in Atlanta. Ryan Braun hit a home run. Boy, he's been swinging it well. Number 11 for Braun. Drove in 4.
1-1 to Lester is a strike. Another deep outing by a Cubs starting pitcher. They didn't need any relief last night. Kyle Hendricks went the distance. Lester's made 77 pitches through 6. And he strikes out. Number 2 for Hudson. And now it's Addison Russell. Gave the Cubs the lead in the 4th with an infield single.
Dodgers finally scored. It's been a while. They lead the Padres 1-0, bottom of the 5th, or after 5 at Dodger Stadium. Zach Greinke and Andrew Kashner, the pitchers in that game. Dodgers didn't score at all in their series against the Giants, and they'd scored only 2 runs in their final 2 games in their series with the Rockies.
The 0-1 to Russell. Foul tipped it for strike 2. 96 on the gun from Hudson. Way outside. You ever watch the Hudson Brothers?
I remember the Hudson Brothers.
Bill, Brett, and Mark.
Summertime replacement series, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I had one of their albums.
And are they married to someone? One of the Hudson brothers married to somebody famous? Actress type?
Very possible. Yes. Bill is married to Goldie Hawn and Cindy Williams. Is that who you're thinking of?
Yeah. I guess that's where Kate Hudson got her name then.
There you go.
Yeah. It all comes full circle.
It does all come together, doesn't it? 2 outs and now Fowler.
Center fielder, catcher, Fowler.
Kyuji Fujikawa, the former Cub, placed on waivers today by Texas to give him his unconditional release. He had been designated for assignment on Sunday after just 2 appearances. Sounded like he did not want to go back to the minor leagues.
I wonder what he'll do if he'll try to catch on with somebody or head home. It just hasn't worked out for him here. All the injuries he had to deal with.
34 years old.
Dial it up to get to Hudson's fastball. After Colementer, so you got Colementer who was out there throwing 83, 84 miles an hour in terms of his fastball velocity and changeups. Hudson rushes it up there in the mid-90s. I'm going to throw a changeup of his own right here. Recognized that one fairly early on. I'm watching Goldschmidt catch. He's very active back there, gives a good target.
A topper up along first, and Hudson will just take it himself. And we will stretch here in AZ in a 2-2 tie. Jake Arrieta will take the ball for the Cubs. And a different start time. Our coverage begins at 8:30 here on Comcast Sportsnet. First pitch just after 9 o'clock.
Ruben De La Rosa will go for the Diamondbacks. Jason Hamill, Jeremy Hellickson on Sunday.
Underway.
Has been sturdy again here tonight. 7, 8, 9 here in the 7th.
Justin Grimm is up. Rolled foul to third.
Diamondbacks have not gotten much offensively out of the catcher position. Goldschmidt, a .229 hitter. He's not hit any home runs. Jordan Pacheco, the backup, also hitting .229. He's hit a couple of long balls.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Big crowd tonight, 34,498, enjoying a beautiful night with the roof open. Ballpark's much better when the roof is open. But baseball here in the middle of the summer is way better when the roof is closed. Three-two pitch. Taken for ball 4.
Lester just let that one get away from him. Goldschmidt's now a dangerous hitter. Of course, neither is Nick Ahmed. He took him deep last time, so I can understand John being a little careful. But you see number 6 over there, the 2-2 fastball. Really disappointed with himself after that pitch, and then unable to make the pitch on 3-2.
First walk given up by Lester. Aaron Hill has jumped on deck for Hudson. This game has felt like the whole series in San Diego. Pretty low scoring affairs. Tight ball games as Ahmed shows bunt. He wasn't thinking bunt his last time up.
Got the hands pulled in, got the barrel to that cut fastball, and hit his first home run of the year. It's always a dilemma for an opposing manager, right? You got a guy who has a hard time holding base runners. Do you give up and out, or do you try to run?
Oh, they're going to get him! Out at first. So the daring base running of the Diamondbacks cost them an out that time as Goldschmidt just kind of, I think, got his feet tangled a little bit as Ross nailed him.
Well, he's anticipating this ball being bunted, so he's trying to get an aggressive secondary lead. Ahmed doesn't get the bunt down. Goldschmidt is hung out to dry. Big play.
Yeah, and it's 2-0 on Ahmed. Now 2-1.
See that front foot kick out on him, and he's hung out to dry. Hang with him. noticed this before. David Ross has got a little deal on his forearm there with the scouting report. Yeah, I've seen college catchers with that.
And busting it down the line, out by a step. 2 down.
A little more commitment on that throw from Starlin. He's goosed a couple over there to first base tonight. Here comes Chris Bosio and John Lester holding his hands up as if to say, no, don't come out here. I'm good. I got this.
Number 2, Aaron Hill.
John was fearful that maybe he was going to be taken out of the game, and then realized, oh, it's Bosio. He's just out here to give me a little refresher on Aaron Hill. Or maybe Lester saying, I know this guy. We got him.
Here is the veteran Aaron Hill. .353 over his last 17 games with 3 home runs. He's hit .346 lifetime against the Cubs.
Came to the Diamondbacks in 2011 after a nice run with Toronto. He's got legitimate pop. 145 major league home runs coming into play this year. And we were here at the end of spring training. There was a lot of talk about what's going to become of Aaron Hill. There didn't seem to be playing time available. Their roster was made up.
1-2. Kyle Schwarber hit a 3-run homer for Double-A Tennessee. 4-1. They beat the Montgomery Biscuits.
Ted Barrett at times tonight has loosened up that outside corner. John Lester's made a couple pitches in this sequence that he thought were good enough. So when that pitch tracks, working the bottom of the zone, that one clearly off the plate.
Payoff pitch, ball 4, second walk of the inning.
John wants to finish this inning, he better do it right now, because I don't think Joe Madden will let him pitch to Pollock, who's had good swings at him tonight.
Yeah, Inciarte has not. Russell will scoop, and we'll go to the 8th. 2 walks in the inning, with David Ross helping his pitcher by picking off Gosuish. It's 2-2. Enrique Burgos here in the 8th.
Rookie right-hander who has picked up a couple of saves along the way as Chip Hill tries to piece things together out of his bullpen on for the 11th time. Pitched to a 3.86 ERA. Those strikeouts get your attention, don't they? 20 punch-outs in 11 2/3 innings. Fastball, slider, and light up the radar gun. And just about everybody else that pitches in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings around Major League Baseball these days.
Chris Bryant, I mentioned, game-winning RBIs each of the last 2 nights in San Diego, and an opportunity here to do something important offensively in a close game. And to maybe extend his hitting streak to 11.
Got to go into battle mode now, down 2 strikes.
Well, I mentioned Arizona. He hit 9 home runs here in the state of Arizona in spring training. 10, I guess, if you include the B game homer.
He was the king of the desert.
Chase on that one. Strike 3.
It was pretty impressive work by Mr. Burgos right there. A little front door slider, strike 1. 96 at the knees, outside corner. You see number 2 there, and then a nasty lane changer of a slider to finish him off.
So this is a barroom debate, right? They put the shift on against Rizzo. Any sort of decent bunt to the left side, he's probably on. But he's your best hitter. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark.
Yeah, in a tie game leading off the inning, I'm okay with it. 1 out already.
Do your thing.
Yeah, I'm looking for extra bases. And then you got Castro on deck, who hits the ball on the ground a lot, so you got the potential double play.
2-0 pitch.
That one almost hit him. They hit
he swung at it.
Yeah. Did they call a swing?
Yeah, and he's not happy. He's really not happy. It's 2-1 instead of 3-0. Boy, I don't know. It looked like the hands
just turned his shoulders, right? Yeah,
no way.
No. That ball may have gone between his legs, but yeah, I don't think that was a swing. A lot of movement with the shoulders, but not so much with the bat.
It's fouled off his foot.
This kid Burgos has got some legit stuff on the clock at 97 miles an hour.
He's from Panama. He's 24 years old, 6'3", 250.
Baseball America rated him as having the best fastball in the Diamondbacks farm system.
I was going to mention this earlier regarding Josh Colmenter. Roughly the same size as Burgos, and if you just looked at Colmenter and the statue, you'd say, oh, this guy's got to throw 96. But that's not the case. It is the case with Burgos. Still 2-2.
It's been a while since the Cubs have had a base runner. 4th inning, as a matter of fact.
feel like Rizzo's on the practice range doing chips right now.
Put the wedge away and pull out the driver.
Yeah. 4 straight fouls, 5 consecutive foul balls.
Burgos a little more aggressive with that heater, but at 97, Rizzo couldn't get out in front of it. That's why that check swing call was so important. Give him a chance to swing 3-0.
Only one guy over there, that's Ahmed, and he makes the catch for the out.
It's like an open book test. You know it's coming. 2-1, not so much. Good swing there by Starlin. You know, we think of Castro as a free swinger, but you know, he swings at a lot of pitches and he'll go out of the zone, but he takes that first pitch quite often, and the time he was ready to jump on that first heater.
Two outs, nobody aboard, a 2-2 tie.
Understandable why Chip Hale would hand the ball to Burgos here in the 8th. With Bryant, Rizzo, and Castro coming up.
I think John Lester is done. He's up there on the railing. That usually indicates the starter's out. Swing and a miss, strike 3 as the Cubs go quietly in the 8th. It's getting late. We're still tied at 2. We spend, what, 6-7 weeks down here to get ready for the regular season. We've got a lot of fans in the area. And in a 2-2 ball game here late, and Pedro Strop makes sense. Pollock, Goldschmidt, Tomas. Tough part of the order here for the Diamondbacks. One strike on A.J. Pollock. Good slider. Boy, they had the worst weather ever to start a season in Denver. It's raining again in the bottom of the ninth. 11-5 Giants. They've had a lot of cold weather, a lot of rain. Broken bad roller to Bryant.
Whoop.
Out at first on a close play is a little tent peg out there. Barrel of the bat ended up
like a jerk.
Stuck in the turf about halfway to third.
A little extra crow hop and then steams that ball across the diamond. Looked like he was a little out of sync with his footwork. Able to finish off Pollock.
Goldschmidt 2 out of 3 with an RBI and 2 steals. John Lester 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, and a no decision.
Yeah, boy, he's been on a nice roll. 4-0 in May with a 1.67 ERA coming into this ball game. He was efficient tonight, pounded the bottom of the strike zone through 96 pitches, struck out 4, walked 2.
ERA at 3.56 after his performance. Very few guys have the barrel of the bat pointing down as they get ready to hit, like Goldschmidt. The hands really high. Usually the bat is pointed high, and he couldn't hold up there.
Third baseman, Tomas.
Tomas has been aggressive early in the count on a couple of occasions. And Pedro Strop with a very quick bottom of the 8th. Let's go to the 9th, 2-2. Cubs baseball on a Friday, and sidewinding Brad Ziegler comes in.
Yeah, so
2-2 tie.
Kind of working our way around the clock, aren't we? With Coleman right over the top and gradually getting a little lower, and all of a sudden we got Ziegler to Sidewinder coming on, and boy, has he ever been good. 1.93 ERA. He's a ground ball machine. He's been an out machine so far this year. 5 ground balls for every fly ball.
Soler, Lake, and Ross are due. So Chris Coghlan has a bat in the dugout. Possible pinch hitting situation. Miguel Montero, the former Diamondback, could be a possibility here late off the bench.
13 in a row retired by Diamondback pitching. Piece it together against a guy like Ziegler, who doesn't give up a lot of extra base hits. And down around the knees with sinking action. Not a lot of home run yet this year.
Pop to right. Routine for Trumbo.
He did give up 5 home runs last year in 67 innings. That's a pretty high ratio for him.
Ziegler debuted with Oakland in 2008. Now Junior Lake with Miguel Montero on deck to bat with David Ross. Ziegler went 39 innings to start his career without allowing a run. Tied the record. Al Benton in 1949 for consecutive scoreless relief innings. Well, you're right. We've seen 4 right-handers for the Diamondbacks. Colementor and Ziegler. Neither guy throws hard. Both guys come from very different angles. And then Hudson and Burgos, the hard throwers in the middle.
Yeah, so, this Diamondback club, when we were talking to people here, when we played them at the end of spring training, I talked to a number of people, some on their field staff, some up here in the broadcast level, said, we're going to score a lot of runs. And I was like, skeptical. But so far they have. The pitching's been spotty. But especially the pen, if they get the pen straightened out. Patrick Corbin on the disabled list. If they get him back, Bronson Arroyo, get him back at some point. I'm not sure what the timetable is for either of those fellows.
Former Cub Mike Harkey is their pitching coach. And out for a visit.
Do they really need to have a meeting to go over Montero?
Nice hand from Montero making his return here. Bronson Arroyo, don't know when he's going to pitch again, but he is playing a post-game concert tonight across the street. In case you're interested.
Yeah. Nice reception for Montero. The Diamondback fans did a lot of good work here for a number of years. See if we can get that low ball in the air.
Yeah, that'd be a fun storyline, wouldn't it? 2 balls, no strikes. We're in the 9th. The pitch. 2-1. Montero left, ranking 2nd in Diamondbacks history in games played. 906, 3rd in RBIs, 3rd in hits, 7th in home runs. 3-1. Chris Coghlan on deck for Strop.
Montero looking out at Ziegler saying, I used to call that pitch and you'd never throw it. A 3-1 changeup.
Another one, but nowhere near the strike zone, and Montero draws the walk, something he's been very good at this year. And here's Coghlan.
Attention for Pedro Strop, number 8, Chris Coghlan.
Ziegler made a good pitch with the changeup on 3-1, just trying to make a better one there, 3-2, and had to get away from him.
So that'll be it for Brad Ziegler. It's a Weber Sauces and Seasonings call to the pen. Why grill with anything else? Oliver Perez when we come back. Cole Mentor. It's Burgos who's throwing gas at 97, and then Brad Ziegler. And now we get the funky lefty as the Weber Sauces and Seasonings call to the pen. Among Mexican-born pitchers, only Fernando Valenzuela and Esteban Loaiza own more strikeouts in the big leagues than Oliver Perez.
Perez has been around a long time. Broke in with the Pirates in the early 2000s. This year, a 6.52 ERA for 9 2/3 innings of work in 19 games. So it's usually a hitter at a time, coming to get a left-handed batter out.
Runner at first, 2 outs, ball 1 to Coghlan. Montero the runner at first. Cubs now down to 2 catchers, so you're not going to pinch run for him after he pinch hit for Ross. He's got to stay in and catch. Well, there are 2 outs in the inning anyway.
Hitters talk about looking for the ball coming out of a window at that release point from the pitcher, and that window has been all over the place tonight. And Perez, that's kind of fun. You know how he holds his glove here prior to coming set. If he's always done that, if that's a new wrinkle.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Yeah, I don't know if I've ever seen a pitcher basically show the open inside part of the glove to the batter with no ball in it as he gets his signs.
Oh, yeah, very flashy the way he brings it up there. On guard.
He was 20 when he made his major league debut for the Padres back in '02. Now he's 33. He was a starter back then. He's been a reliever for several years now. Fouled away. Montero on the move on the 3-2 with 2 outs. Have a redo.
The big strikeout numbers as a young pitcher. Had great stuff, but a ton of walks too. Pitch count was always an issue with him. He'd get 5th inning, he'd be up around 100 pitches.
And he strikes out Coghlan to end the inning. So we'll go to the bottom of the 9th. The Cubs will try to push this one into extras. 2-2. Montero will stay in to catch after hitting for Ross. And here's righty Justin Grimm. Look at 9 strikeouts in under 5 innings. And he will face Trumbo, Owens, and Gossowich.
Grimm a big part of it the other night. A couple of nights ago in San Diego, the Wada start, and Sioshi went 4 2/3. And Grimm was the first man out of the bullpen, inning in a third of scoreless baseball with 3 strikeouts. Pen has not been needed that much in recent days, but that was an outstanding performance by the bullpen.
Trumbo 0 for 3, fly deep to the warning track and right. In the 6th off Lester.
Yeah, he is long and strong. He covers the outside part of the plate pretty well, and that's where he's hit the ball all 3 times tonight. 2 to right field, 1 on the ground to second base. I don't know if he's quick enough to turn on that 96-mile-an-hour fastball inside. You're going to go away. Make sure you keep it down. Yeah, down there. Make them work to go down and get it.
Trumbo's from Anaheim and drafted by his hometown team in the 18th round, 2004. Foul tip, strike two. When he's been healthy and played a full season, he's been pretty good for about 30 home runs. Swing and a miss, strike three.
Pretty good work here by Grimm. Comes off the fastball with a sharp breaking ball. Trumbo can't lay off. Grimm picking up where Stroke left off. Stroke 1-2-3 inning with a punch out.
Outside corner, strike one on Owings. Grimm went on the DL on April 10th before he had made an appearance. Right forearm inflammation, came off on May the 6th. So he missed a month.
This game has been tied since the bottom of the fifth when Nick Ahmed hit a solo home run, and neither club has really had much in the way of chances since then.
Soler and right, 2 outs.
Catcher, Tuffy, hooks away.
Goldschmidt had a cup of coffee with the Diamondbacks in 2013 and 129 at bats with them last year after a long run in their minor league system. The minor leagues. He was a Philly farmhand for a while.
I signed with Arizona before 2013. The way your line reminded me. Might need a cup of coffee here soon. That extra inning cup of Joe. And out away from getting there. 2-1.
I think you got a sponsorship deal working.
Goldschmidt was born in Freeport, Illinois, but as we mentioned, grew up in Scottsdale.
There you go.
The cappuccino.
A little cappuccino.
It doesn't look like the light's on. Three and one. Ball four. We'll bring up the shortstop, Ahmed. So Washington winning tonight and the Mets lost, so the Mets are now a game and a half out. The National League East, still early, but a lot of people think the Nationals now are going to just run away with that division. Garrett Cole beat Noah Syndergaard. Battle of Ohio. Indians beat the Reds 7-3. Reds have dropped 6 straight. Oakland lost again. First team to 30 losses, 14-30. 5-2 Tampa Bay over the A's. Throw to first. Ooh. Close, but he got back.
Picking on Tuffy now. Remember, Tuffy was picked off last time he was down there by David Ross, and this time that foot didn't slip on him. If it did, he would have been out again.
Be a nice one to win. They're all good to win, but the Cardinals losing. They got shut out in Kansas City. Cubs could get to within 2.5. Goldschmidt on the move, and that ball punched foul to right. It's a little scary. If that ball had landed fair, I think he tries to score.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He went, and we're going to go to the 10th. The Cubs hitting home runs on this road trip. The kids, Russell and Bryant, over last night. And we'll see both of them in the 10th. 2-2.
All season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side.
Cubs 4-1 in extras. Arizona's 3-2. Here's Addison Reed. Was their closer. Now they go by matchups in a committee. He's working in a 2-2 tie here in the 10th.
Yeah, he struggled, pitched to a 5.14 ERA. You see he's allowed a lot of traffic, 16 hits plus 7 walks in 14 innings. Generally, he's not going to get the job done.
Addison against Addison. Reed, Russell. Chopper to the shortstop. Ahmed makes the play.
Smooth out there.
Center fielder, Fowler.
Here comes Fowler. Called strike. Padres Dodgers, they're tied at 1 in the 8th inning in LA. Dodgers continue to struggle scoring runs. Andrew Cashner with 6 gave up an unearned run. Zach Greinke 7 2/3. He's now out of the game.
Stat on Greinke that was flying around 21-2 or something like that against teams in the NL West since he joined the Dodgers. Just crazy. And since we're diminishing the win, the one-loss record is not the whole story. The other numbers are outstanding as well.
Reed 6'4", 230. At the San Diego State. Born in Montclair, California. Came up with the White Sox. Second year with Arizona. Line foul out of play.
Yeah, 32 saves last year, but he blew 6, and you could see trouble heading his way. He allowed 11 home runs last year in 59 innings. And a 4.25 ERA, and he's charged with 7 losses.
Ball 4. Cubs haven't had too many chances to run tonight. Fowler would be a good candidate. Bryant 0 for 4.
Extra innings allows him a chance to keep his hitting streak alive.
Pretty good lead by Fowler, not running as they pitch out.
Pitch out. There you go. We haven't seen many of those.
Nope. Now, why would you slide step on a pitch out?
Shouldn't. Usually when your manager calls a pitch out, he wants the guy to run. That's the whole idea of the pitch out. Well, maybe, Reed's delivery, so, he doesn't have a whole lot going on. Maybe it's just his normal delivery. So, step and throw guy.
There he goes. The throw to second. Not in time.
Goldschmidt throws well, but Fowler able to get the big stolen base here in the 10th inning. Reed doesn't employ much of a leg kick, but he's a big, tall right-hander. It takes him a little while to unwind and make that throw home.
Diamondbacks may challenge it. Chip Hale will not challenge. Pretty darn close, but he got in with his 10th.
So important to maintain contact with the base now, as you saw the other night in San Diego with Castro. You pop up off the bag at all, and if the infielder keeps that tag on you, as they're being taught to do, you could be victimized by the replay.
Bryant sends a fly ball out to the right center. It's going to drop down. Fowler around third. Here comes a throw to the plate. Cubs lead. Chris Bryant with another go-ahead RBI. 3-2 in the 10th.
Well, after the hesitation by Fowler to read that ball, I didn't think they were going to be able to score it. And I thought, I was watching Fowler, I was watching Bryant, I was watching Trumbo, and it looked to me like Gary Jones was giving him a stop sign.
Yeah, I thought so too.
A little sand wedge flipped out into shallow right field. See Fowler, he can't go until he knows. He breaks, but then he stops, restarts.
Oh, no,
he's sending them the whole way.
So Rizzo will be intentionally walked with first base open, and they'll go after Castro, trying to turn a double play. 3-2 Cubs. We'll see Rondon now in the bottom of the 10th. RBI single for Bryant. He went to second on the throw to the plate. Cub fans making noise here in Arizona.
They're pulling together.
Oh, and Chris Bryant extends his hitting streak. It's now at 11 games. Secondary to the fact that he just gave the Cubs the lead, but he'll take it.
I'd be stunned to see Joe Madden start the base runners at some point in this at bat. Right-hander J.C. Ramirez up in the Diamondbacks bullpen now.
Nothing and 2. Well, it was Bryant who knocked in the go-ahead run, but Dexter Fowler worked the walk and then stole second to set that up. Two strikes on Castro.
Back-to-back sliders, and Goldschmidt didn't like the location of either one of them. The first one was intended to be off the plate away, I believe, and it drifted actually inside. That one was on the plate. It was down, but on the plate. And I think Goldschmidt trying to get Reed to throw that ball off the plate.
Grimm now the pitcher of record for the Cubs. Close. 1-2. Diamondbacks will have a pinch hitter in Ciarte and Pollock. And if anybody reaches, Goldschmidt would get a chance in the bottom of this inning. Line in the left base hit. Bryant's going to be set. Here comes the throw. Cubs lead 4-2.
Tried to crowd him with the fastball, and Castro wouldn't let him in. Second hit of the night for Starlin. He had a double first time up. He also hit a ball very deep to center field for an out. This time he rips that line drive to left. Some Reed's going to hear it from the Diamondback fans.
So we'll have a Weber sauces and seasonings call to the pen. 10th inning, Cubs lead by 2, and they'll try to get even more when we come back. Weber's sauces and seasonings call to the pen. J.C. Ramirez. 2 runs in, 2 men on. Still only 1 out.
Just 3 appearances with the big club so far. You see the numbers: 4 innings, 5 hits, walk and 3 strikeouts. Big league time with the Phillies in 2013. A minor leaguer with the Indians last year.
Juan Carlos Ramirez.
Big dude, 6'4", 250.
From Managua, Nicaragua. Rizzo at second, Castro at first, and the pitch. 0-2. Double steal attempt, throw to third, out. So that means Castro will not be credited with a steal as Rizzo is nailed. 2 outs.
Go switch right on the money with this throw.
Cubs with 2 here in the 10th. First time anybody has scored since the 5th. Tomas for the out. And the inning is over, but RBIs from Bryant and Castro. And the Cubs lead by 2. And they'll try to close them out in the bottom of the 10th. Beautiful setting here in the desert, and they have opened the roof tonight. A gorgeous night, and the Cubs are trying to make it 3 out of 4 to start this NL West trip. Here's Hector Rondon looking for save number 10.
2 scoreless so far from the Cubs bullpen this evening. Stroke and Grimm doing their thing, and now Rondon comes in looking for his 10th save. He's 9 out of 11. Pinch hitter here in Peralta, and then the top of the order.
David Peralta announced as a pinch hitter for Ramirez. How about a drama-free bottom of the 10th? Would you be up for that?
Yeah, absolutely. Better dial it up if you're going to catch up to 95 belly button high.
Ground ball. Castro out, number 1.
Shuffles over, get behind this one. A good strong throw this time to get Peralta. One more ground ball to second. He's got a full house. Or a strikeout for that matter. He could go either way.
Class A all the way up to AAA. Everybody in the Cubs chain a winner tonight. And the big league club trying to do the same.
I think whenever that happens, there should be cupcakes in the offices the next day.
I agree with you. I think the broadcasters should get cupcakes.
Well, we could stop by.
Okay. 1-2. And in Ciarte.
Who are we going to put in charge of that? Colin? Maybe get Colin to buy the cupcakes?
Sure. To third. Bryant out at first. Here's Pollock, and a lot of incentive to get him because the tying run is on deck in the form of Paul Goldschmidt here in the 10th.
Yep, rather not deal with him. Astros made a play, and now Bryant on the backhand.
Pollock takes a strike. Tomorrow night. The 0-2. Fly ball to left. Lake on the move. Can't get it. So Pollock has his third hit. Triple, single, double. His run doesn't matter, but Paul Goldschmidt coming to the plate now. Representing the tying run.
We've seen Joe Madden do some unconventional things. Would he contemplate putting Goldschmidt on here? Bring the winning run to home plate?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either. Well, I don't think he'll do it. I wouldn't be surprised if he contemplated it.
Pretty sick numbers for Goldschmidt. Tomas is on deck. We'll see if Goldschmidt will go out of his strike zone in this spot. Got a good pitch to hit.
Yeah.
But it was at 97 miles an hour.
He has outstanding power the other way. Fun night for these fans. A lot of Cub fans here. It's created a real spirited environment.
2-1. Yeah, it has. Here's the pitch. 2-2.
Rondon using that slider a lot more this year than last.
Deep to left. Lake is back. Gone. We're tied. Paul Goldschmidt with the Diamondbacks backs up against the wall, delivers. Oh my.
Well, superhero night here at Chase Field, and this is the D-back superhero. He's there, Captain America, Superman, all rolled into one. And he got a fastball out over the plate, thigh high, and he did not miss it.
Four to 4 here in the 10th.
Be aggressive with that heater too. That's the challenge for Rondon in this high leverage situation. All the adrenaline, you're about to finish off the game. All of a sudden, the guy takes you deep and you're tied, and you have to quickly turn the page and compete against the next hitter.
It'll be trouble here for Bryant. Barehanded scoop. Safe. Tomas with an infield hit. Comes Chris Bosio. You know, it's funny when you ask that question about Goldschmidt. My first reaction was, are you crazy?
Well, I wasn't proposing it.
No, I know. You were just throwing it out there.
But, you know, the only guy that, Bonds was treated that way. We saw on the day Bonds walked intentionally. Buck Showalter walked him one time with the bases loaded. Right. Goldschmidt, what he has done doesn't rise to the level of what Bonds was doing back in the day. And if you just look at the simple odds of it all, is there a greater chance that Goldschmidt does what he did, or if you put him on, Tomas hits a double in the gap and a two-run score that way, and there's a far greater chance that the latter would happen than the former. It's just when there's a don't let this guy beat you mentality. A lot of people have. I don't believe in that. Didn't make a pitch. You just have to, if you execute the pitch there, you're probably okay.
Well, Rondon now trying to get out of this inning with the game still alive.
I want this big guy to get his arms extended.
One and one.
Nothing but bagels on the scoreboard from the 6th through the 9th. Cubs only had a couple of base runners. Diamondbacks didn't have any real legit shots either, but boom, here we go in the 10th. Cubs get 2, Diamondbacks answer.
High drive to left. Lake to end the inning. Down to their last strike. The Diamondbacks get a 2-run homer from Paul Goldschmidt. It's 4-4.
beef jerky. Feed your wild side.
Well, we have continued on as the Diamondbacks found a way. Pollock's had a huge night, the double, and Goldschmidt game-tying blast.
It looked like it was going to be a no drama bottom of the ninth, didn't it? 2 quick outs recorded by Rondon. And Pollock with a double, and Goldschmidt with 2 strikes ties the ball game.
So Trumbo is out. That's where the pitcher's spot will go. Inciarte now in right. And Peralta in left.
Andrew Chafin, a lefty. Gets things started with strike 1. Primarily been a starting pitcher throughout his time in the Diamondbacks system. Had a cup of coffee with the big club last year, made 3 starts.
Well, that's the thing. It feels like you lost a game, but you haven't. So now you got to go out and try to score some more runs here. Somebody else will likely have to finish the game on the mound.
With Chafin entering the game, there's just one reliever available now for Chip Hale, Delgado.
Bounce to the shortstop. Ahmed. Low throw. Goldschmidt. Stop it. Dug that out like it was no problem. 1 down.
And that set up for that high hop. Gathers himself so he can get a little something behind that throw, but still short hops Goldschmidt.
Montero pinch hit in the 9th and walked. He's now catching. Too high for ball 1.
Baxter and Herrera remain, on the bench for the Cubs. Herrera's on deck. Pacheco and Pennington for the Diamondbacks. Both clubs are just a 4-man bench.
What was the story the other day? Joe gave Herrera a bottle of wine because he brought him in to face Archimedes Caminero, throwing 100. Herrera hasn't played much lately. Middle of the diamond, almost a collision, and the ball gets away. Well, it was Tomas. Yasmani Tomas actually was an outfielder, and they moved him to third base. And there were some scouts around baseball during spring training who said, I don't see it at third, and kind of put him in a tough spot now that he's got to go over and play the other side of the bag. On a play like that.
Yeah, and Ahmad trying to come in and cut in front of him and make the play, and that's what created the problem. The little bump there, and Tomas misfiring. So a break for the Cubs, see if they can capitalize.
Here's Herrera. Rolled into right. Montero's got to stop at second. And an error has opened the door. Herrera off the bench with a single. It'll bring up Addison Russell.
Have not done much in the pinch this year. They're hitting 138 on their pinch hit at bats prior to that one.
At the plate from second baseman, Addison Russell.
The 0-1 on the way. It's a strike and it's 0-2.
Those are 4-1 in extra inning ball games. They're 12-7 in one-run games.
They've been in this spot a lot. They'll get one out. They'll get both. I didn't think they were going to turn it. Boy, Ahmed with a cannon on that throw from second base. Chafin coaches a double play ball, and we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. We're tied at 4. Is on. Lester, Stroke, Grimm, Rondon, and Mott for the Cubs. For the Diamondbacks, Colementor, Hudson, Burgos, Ziegler, Perez, Reed, Ramirez, Chafin.
That leaves Edwin Jackson from the right side, and then the trio of lefties, Russell, Roskup, and Wood out there in the Cubs bullpen.
Leading off for the Diamondbacks, second baseman, Chris Owings.
Jackson got a big strikeout of Matt Kemp the other night in San Diego in a key situation. 6, 7, 8 due up here for the Diamondbacks.
Fastball for a strike.
It's a big pitch for him to be able to keep that fastball down in the zone. Then he can expand. He likes to throw his fastball up. He gets a lot of swings and misses up there, but you got to be able to drive it down to set up the high fastball.
Hopped up. Rizzo in foul territory. Lots of room. Let's go back to that double play ball to end the inning. Just remember the neighborhood play is not subject to replay challenge. So let's watch the shortstop. Yeah. Whether he touched it or not is in some ways irrelevant. That they'll always give you that call.
He kicked it on the way by. I think he was fine. If there's an errant throw that pulls the middle infielder off the base to go get the ball,
right?
You know, that's when you can get that call looked at. But just whether he got it on an accurate feed or not, whether he touched the base or not, is not reviewable. That was a heck of a turn, man. He came flying across that bat.
Yeah, he did.
Catch, tapped the corner, and
the throw was good. So whether he got the base or not, once they called him out, he's out.
Herrera doing the best he could to get a piece of him. Well, shortstops will tell you they should always be able to at least finish the throw because they see where the base runner's coming. The second baseman, that's the guy who's in harm's way when he's got his back to the runner. The shortstop sees the runner, so he knows where that base runner is at. He can take evasive action and make the turn. Bobby Meacham, one of my old teammates told me, I never get hit. And I should never get hit. So I'll always be able to work my way around or over a sliding base runner.
Two on Gosuish. We're in the 11th. Every other play now, and Clint Hurdle had made some comments about replay and how guys really stick their nose into tag plays on stolen bases. You can't just sell it anymore with replay. You have to actually do it. But the neighborhood play is still the one thing that's the exception to that rule. As we had I don't remember the Cub player. Was it Starling? Come off the base on a slide or Fowler?
Yes, it was Starling on the slide.
And your point was that feels excessive.
Yeah, because it was his front foot hit the bag, and ultimately his back foot, I think, caught the bag. But there was a moment in time when he was, airborne over the base. And I can't remember who the infielder was, but to his credit, he kept the tag on, and that's the other thing. Middle infield, anybody applying a tag, you have to stay with the tag.
Yep. Here's the guy who did turn that impressive double play. Ahmed. Don't forget his big home run off John Lester back in the 5th inning, his first of the year. 96 from Mott. 1 ball, 2 strikes. David Peralta on deck. Owens fouled out. Goldschmidt flied out. Cubs thought they had this one in the bag in the 10th after they scored twice. Diamondbacks came back. And they're still alive here in the 11th. Ahmed is on.
Not able to get on top of that high fastball and shoot it the other way. Again, if you try to pull it, it's a pop up. It'll be a lazy fly ball, but stays on plane with that swing. Line drive the other way, and James Russell will enter the ball game.
Face David Peralta. So Weber's sauces and seasonings called to the pen here in the 11th. James Russell facing David Peralta. This is lefty on lefty.
Russell's done good work since rejoining the Cubs, pitching to a 2.16 ERA. I was kind of looking forward to the Mott Peralta matchup, the former catcher turned pitcher against the former pitcher turned outfielder, but we'll have to wait another day for that one. So the lefty comes in for Peralta, who was a pitcher in the Cardinal organization where Mott was a catcher. There will be a quiz later on all this.
Runner goes. They've got him picked off. Maybe. Yep. Got him. So Russell doesn't even have to throw a pitch to get out of the inning as they nail Nick Ahmed to end the inning. We'll go to the 12th. We're still tied at 4. The Cubs now try to get a couple of runs here and win this game. If they do that, James Russell could get a win without having to throw a pitch. This is how you do that.
Yeah, Ahmed did not take a real big lead. He was just counting on going on first move, hoping Russell was going to go home. Well executed by Russell and Rizzo. They get their man. And the other part of that is Peralta is still the hitter, and then Inciardi also a left-handed hitter next, so still have that left-on-left advantage. If you decide to stay with Russell. There is nobody throwing in the Cub bullpen currently.
That kind of dampens the narrative.
Yeah, I know.
Russell,
we should get a memo down to Joe that we want to see a no-pitch W for Russell. Let's go ahead and get Ross Cup up. Or Woody.
Caught by Inciarte.
Baseman Chris Bryant.
Okay, Chris, how about another go-ahead RBI? No big deal. Just need another one. Appreciate the one in the 10th. Could use another. Just one.
Yeah, we got
a little old home run.
Hey, there is Travis Wood. He's going to start cranking it up. Chafin's got pretty good stuff. He was a supplemental pick after the first round. 2011.
Well, Travis Wood is a closer. He's not just a relief pitcher. And got the save the other day. 2-2 to Bryant.
Good depth on that breaking ball. Maybe a change. Whatever it was good.
Ahmed gets rid of it quickly, and Bryant is out. Here comes Rizzo. 1 out of 4 with a double, an intentional walk, and a caught stealing.
Was the Polanco fallout in the outfield the last extra inning game the Cubs have played? That was a 12-inning game.
Yes.
Matt Caesar at that little pop up to right. Polanco fell.
It was a week ago today. (11-10) the final. Diamondbacks with a 3-2 win on Monday and 13 at Miami.
Ted Barrett has called that pitch off the plate a fair number of times tonight. Not that far off. Chafin's getting a little greedy there. I wonder if they consider stretching this kid out if they need help in the rotation. Lefty with this stuff. That's, as I mentioned, this is what he had done in his time in the minor leagues. Almost all starting assignments.
So this is the kind of night, if the Cubs win this game, I'd probably prefer to give the win to John Lester.
Mm-hmm.
Tomas, not a good throw, but Goldschmidt digs it out. Tomas just looks up to, as if to say, what in the world did I just do? But his first baseman bailed him out. That'll go 5-3, and the Cubs are done in the 12th. And it is Travis Wood now pitching out of the Cubs bullpen, replaced by Tsuyoshi Wada in the rotation. And as the lineup works back around for the Diamondbacks, you've got a couple of lefties, Peralta and Inciarte, and then Pollock and Goldschmidt, who teamed up in the 10th to tie the ball game.
Travis obviously does not have a lot of experience in this situation. And he was spot on, and he was used earlier, picked up the save.
I think this is the only game still going on. The Giants just beat the Rockies for their 7th consecutive win. And ball one. And Peralta, who was batting when Ahmed was picked off to end the 11th. Technically a caught stealing since he took off for second. Russell to Rizzo for the out.
Right field, Ender Inciarte.
Here comes Inciarte. PA guy here has a lot of flair. Fastball missed.
And a tough night for Ender. Nothing for 5. 2 punch outs, 3 ground balls.
Well, now with Travis Wood on the mound, Joe could use him for several innings.
Yeah, that's probably the thinking here.
Still has a couple of guys left in the bullpen, but Wood is not that far removed from being stretched out as a starting pitcher. There's a 2-0. It's outside. All 4. Pollock has tripled and scored, singled and stolen a base, grounded out twice, doubled to keep the game alive in the 10th, and scored on the game-tying home run by Goldschmidt.
So it's been, 6 days since Travis made that appearance. It's always the challenge for those guys in the bullpen. If they're not the guys who are getting regular work, tough to stay sharp. And then they get thrust into this situation, tie game in the 12th inning.
Pollock from Connecticut went to the University of Notre Dame. 17th overall pick in the '09 draft. Had basically half a season last year due to injury, but was very good when he was healthy. And in a very hot stretch right now. And he muscles that one in the left. Lake playing very deep, and Inciarte will take advantage of it. And trouble now for the Cubs at the corners with 1 out. And now I think you got to hold up 4 fingers for Goldschmidt, right? You can't let him beat you.
Well, it's interesting. I wouldn't be surprised if Dave McKay reined in A.J. Pollock and said, come on back here. Instead of leaving that base open, and give Joe Madden something to think about. But, yeah, I think Joe Madden, you treat this as a base open situation. It's just second base that's open, not first.
Tied it up in the 10th.
There's nobody up in the Cubs bullpen. It's Travis Wood's ball game here. And, the tough part of it is Travis Wood's more of a fly ball type pitcher, so you could, do the old pull the goalie thing, put an extra man in the infield, try to get a ground ball. It's less likely with Wood on the mound. Not to say that they won't do it. Joe's up outside the dugout, so he's going to come out and formulate some kind of a strategy here to try to pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, Junior Lake, a former infielder, might be brought in as the 5th infielder. It'll be Osmani Tomas. And Joe now might be getting an infielder's glove. Yeah, they're calling Lake into the infield. Good base running by Inciarte, and that ball was not hit very hard. He was able to go first to third on a base hit to left.
Yeah. And that's again, it's that conversation we've had so often about protection and where you bat in the batting order. For me, in this instance, it was all about Pollock's at bat, because if he doesn't reach, it changes the way you pitch to Goldschmidt and how you strategize anyway. But with him reaching, I don't think there's any way you could justify pitching to Goldschmidt in that situation. If it's sharply hit, he probably doesn't get third base. And I think if you're Travis Wood here, you go back to his best weapon when he's at his best is cut fastball in on a right-handed hitter, and I think that's what they'll be trying to do here. Tomas is very good at shooting the ball the other way, and he's going to be looking in this situation. He's trying to keep the ball off the ground, keep it airborne, so he's going to be looking middle away, trying to stay inside the ball. If you get that cutter in on his hands, you might get a little weak ground ball to the left side.
Like a dugout full of air traffic controllers right now. They're trying to position everybody. Yeah, they're telling Fowler and Soler, you got to come way in.
Catch it out there, it's not going to do you any good. You got to be close enough where you can make a throw home.
Ball one. Bases loaded, one out in a 4-4 tie. Lake essentially playing second base. Russell is playing right at the bag. You've got Castro and Bryant in their normal spots. Wood with a 1-0. Fouled off. The baseball equivalent of pulling the goaltender with a 5-man infield. Swing and a miss.
Pitcher spot is next. So Pacheco out on deck. If Wood can get Tomas here.
And he got him. 2 outs in the inning. Put your sign away, sir.
Perhaps the moment gets to Tomas, but good pitches by Wood. Buried that cutter down and in.
Here's Pacheco.
Junior comes back, gets his outfielder's glove.
Pacheco for Chapin. Strike called. 0-1. Chris Owings is on deck, but he's not going to bat. Not in this inning. Either we're going to the 13th, or the other possibility is Wood tries to get out of this situation here, and he's a strike away. 1-2.
You know one thing, that man right there is not scared. He does not shy away.
Good block.
Pacheco just trying to control his breathing.
Strike 3 called. Travis Wood works out of the jam. Let's go to the 13th. Still tied at 4. Couple of strikeouts to get out of it. And it's Randall Delgado as Chip Hale has emptied his bullpen.
Delgado, a right-hander, on for the 17th time. He's got a real good changeup. Fastball, slider, changeup. Good fastball, not 96, 97, but 92, 93, 94 in that range.
Hands over his head, the pitch. That was a hanging breaking ball that Castro swung and missed on. 0-1. Soler on deck.
Starling's going to need a chiropractor after that swing.
Yeah. Well, another hanger, and he got away with it.
Yeah, that's one. Those two pitches they've got. I'm sure Chip Hale's looking at Mike Harkey in there. Is he ready? Is he loose? We good to go here? I don't know, Skip. We don't have any other options. Let's just hope he gets loose before the inning's over.
So they've either asked a starter to think about the idea of having to pitch in this game if we go a few more innings, or Cliff Pennington might be warming up. Oh, 2 to Soler.
Delgado wants a prized prospect in the Braves organization.
Line left field base hit. Second hit of the night for Soler. Now Lake
This is a public service for those of you who are falling asleep on your couch or recliner back in Chicago. Wake up! And now return you to the game.
1-0 on Lake.
It's late back there, Len.
It is, yes.
I've been that guy. You know, you got the head bob going, you're falling asleep, and you wake up, and what happened to the game? I wanted to see the game.
Two and 0. Sometimes what happens in extras is what we just saw. You know, the idea of the guy trying to be the hero and swinging way too hard and almost falling down.
Yeah, that's why sometimes 11-inning games turn into 17-inning games.
Three balls and a strike.
It's hard not to want to do something heroic, right? You're up there. It's a tie game. A chance to be a hero, and nothing wrong with being a hero. You just got to make sure you're thinking through the situation properly. Now here, take a big swing. Absolutely. Get something in the strike zone.
And that's true for a base hit. Back-to-back one-out singles. Mike Harkey to the mound. There's Mike Baxter to pinch hit. That's Zach Rosscup. Check that. Baxter on deck. Montero the hitter.
Guy trying to hang in there.
At the plate, Miguel Montero.
Shannon says, thanks, JD. Fell asleep at the kitchen counter. Your yell rolled over into my own drool. I'm wide awake now. So it worked.
Happy to help. And you're awake to watch Miguel Montero deliver this go-ahead base hit.
In his first career game against the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Very good going the other way. That's not a bad approach against a guy like Delgado. I believe he likes his changeup against left-handed hitters.
Driven in the air to deep left. And on the warning track, right up against the wall, it's caught by Peralta. Oh, so close for Montero.
Boy, what a moment that would have been for him back here at Chase Field. He just missed it. Indeed, it was a changeup from Delgado. It looked like Montero was not sitting on it, certainly ready for it. Juices are pretty good out there to left, just not enough to get out of here.
Now it's Mike Baxter. This is always kind of fun, this spot in the lineup. It's been occupied by Lester, Strop, Coghlan, Grimm, Rondon, Herrera, Mott, Russell, Wood, Baxter. That's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of the 25 men on the roster have officially been in the 8th spot in the Cubs batting order. Nine Diamondbacks have been in the 9 spot in their order. High strike, 1-1. Okay, double bubble bucket rally thing time.
Got a little giddy up on that fastball. He's going to have to shorten up a little bit. Comes off the fastball with a good let up. Baxter tempted and able to lay off. Mike was hitting .290 down at Iowa. Whole band thing going on down there.
Three and two.
Tried to change up again. Again, Baxter able to lay off. And then this is where, as a hitter, you can't talk yourself into a fastball. You can't sell out. Doesn't mean you won't throw one.
Runners go on the 3-2. Ball 4. They're loaded.
Just real good recognition there by Baxter what they were trying to do. Wasn't trying to cheat on a heater. Accepted his walk. Kept the line moving. Whatever cliche you want to apply to the situation, it was a good at bat, and now Russell with a great chance.
See if Russell can get it done. 3 on, 2 outs. Hitters count here 2-0. That's a strike. 2-1. 2 singles and a walk. We're in this 13th.
for a young guy. He looks like he handles the moment very well. Otto dials that one up at 95.
Ground ball, and it's Goldschmidt, and that'll end the inning. Cubs leave them loaded, just like the Diamondbacks did in the bottom of the 12th. We'll go to the last of the 13. Cubs 4, Diamondbacks 4. Of this inning now, Zach Rosscup.
Owens, Goldschmidt, Ahmed due up here for the Diamondbacks in the bottom of the 13th.
Leading off for the D-backs, second baseman, Chris Owens.
Chris Owens will start it. 0 for 5 on the night. One and two. The Cubs got a couple of runs in the top of the 10th. Looked like they were in very good shape. Hector Rondon got the first two in the bottom of the 10th on groundouts. Then Pollock doubled. Castro at short. One out. And then Goldschmidt hit a game-tying 2-run homer. They have not had a run since.
Catcher, Tuffy, goes away.
Goldschmidt, the catcher. Ross and Montero have split this one tonight. Goldschmidt has caught every inning for the Diamondbacks. like you, I grew up in the Eastern time zone, and whenever you have these West Coast games that are going to extras, I mean, it's what, after 2 a.m. on the East Coast, late nights.
BB just clanked that one, by the way.
Bob Brenly had a shot at a foul ball, and he dropped it.
I give him points for getting out of his chair.
There's Bob. Little low, apparently. 3-1.
Yeah. Roscoe trying to make pitches here to Goldschmidt. At some point, you just got to throw one in there. I mean, I saw Ahmed go deep, but Goldschmidt doesn't have a lot of pop in that bat. Apparently, Bob saved the camera over there. He's getting rave reviews from everybody.
Oh, I got it.
Taking one for the team.
Full count. Ahmed on deck. Montero's great, isn't he?
Shaking off, let's go.
Yeah, that's his whole mentality. Took one right off the mask, just took the mask off. Yep. Told the home plate umpire, Ted Barrett, I'm ready, let's go.
This is what we sign on for back here.
That's a gapper for Goldschmidt. And he's going to have two. That'll be some tired legs. He's been in that crouch all night. But that's his first hit. He has reached 3 times. A couple of walks, and now this double.
I think down and away or up and in, he probably doesn't do much with it. That one was up a little bit and out over the plate. And a very good swing of the bat.
Built like a catcher, runs like a catcher. Ouch, 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 ouch. Ahmed takes strike 1.
Ahmad, the 8-hole hitter, but the pitcher is not on deck. Remember, that was changed a while ago. It's David Peralta. Pitcher spot is currently 5th in the batting order. Yeah, that off the plate fastball not being called as much here lately by Ted Barrett. Maybe just my impression.
Two and two. Andy Green in position at third. He's their third base coach. Trying to help out Goldschmidt. Get as big a lead as he can at second. Russell trying to keep him honest. The 3-2 pitch. Line into the left field corner. And the Diamondbacks will win it. Goldschmidt scores. Nick Ahmed came in at 194 on the night. And he ends it 5-4 the final.
A hero twice tonight, Ahmed. Solo home run in the fifth to tie the ball game. That's what brought us to extras to begin with, and then he delivers the game-winning hit as well. Tough loss for the guys in blue.
It's a 5-game win streak now for the Diamondbacks. And they have won their last 6 in a row against the Chicago Cubs. This one stings. A 2-run lead in the 10th with 2 outs. Couldn't put it away.
2 outs, 2 strikes on Goldschmidt when he hit the game-tying home run.
Denny's Beverage Depot, toast of the game. Nick Ahmed wins it for Arizona. So the Cub fans were here for a good 4.5 hours tonight. And a disappointing finish.
Well, the good news is it's baseball. We get to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yep. Cubs 2-2 on the trip. And we will be back with you tomorrow night on CSN. Pre-game coverage at 8:30. Jake Arrieta, Ruby De La Rosa on the mound. Now for JD and our entire crew here at Chase Field, Len Casper saying so long. Your final score 13. The Diamondbacks 5 and the Cubs 4. Blue Cross Blue Shield Cubs post-game live is next.